All right. Okay. Ed. Alrighty. Actually moving up my little laptop cart that I used to have my mouse and keyboard on a little bit higher this time, so my wrists should not be as bad a shape as they were the last two streams. Hey Skullin, hey Ivy. Welcome. How'd I like Portal? I think I gave it a 5. I liked it. So Portal's pretty short, and it's clear that it was started out as a tech demo. But I think for what it does and when it came out, it's pretty revolutionary. And yeah, the gameplay was tight in it. The writing was great. The voice acting great. Yeah, there's a lot to like about Portal and very little to dislike. Hey Corey, hey phoned, welcome. So yeah, I liked Portal. That was my first time playing through all of Portal. Portal 2 I have played before all the way through, and I do think Portal 2 is a better game, but they're both great. So we'll probably get to Portal 2 at some point in the future here. Not too long. So apparently Half-Life Opposing Force is half the length of Half-Life 1. So probably going to be able to start and finish this one tonight. And then Blue Shift, which is the second Half-Life 1 expansion, is even shorter than that. So, so we don't have that much Half-Life 1 stuff left to do. If you're forced to pick a best game ever, you'd pick Portal. Interesting. So you'd say it's definitely in your top 5 all time then? Hello Nestor. Hello Anime Steven Seagal. Welcome. Hey Hidden. I wouldn't say, like, I really like Portal, but I wouldn't put it in like my top 10 or anything. Half-Life Decay co-op mode exclusive to the PS2. No, because then I'd have to play co-op. I have that version. I have PS2 Half-Life, but nah. Sorry, I'll have to disappoint you as well. Not gonna do that one, and I'm not doing the weird side-scroller Half-Life either. You had to say one was the best to be Portal. Interesting. So better than Might and Magic 6. Hey, Fruit. I don't know. For something that I would have to call like the best game ever, there'd have to be a lot more replay value, I guess. And sure, you can get a lot of replay value out of Portal, but I don't know. I like usually if I had to pick one game and stick with it, it'd be something that I could just play over and 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 over again. And like as great as Portal 1 is, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, nothing better than Chandler, hey boys. Portal's a killer app for Orange Box, yeah? Yeah. Especially because most of the people who were buying Orange Box probably already had Half-Life 2. So it's kind of like, well, what are they trying to sell to people? Give us one video game, and if we don't like it, we blow up the earth. Yeah. I would give those aliens Uno then. The one game everybody likes. The first game that you ever repeated was the first Mass Effect. Yeah, I did that one too. Hey, get in there. Staring at CSS all day. Yep. Yeah, I've been trying to do the finishing touches on my weird VR overlay thing for whenever we do VR streaming, and trying to get YouTube's embed stuff to work properly has just been a huge pain. So it's that complicates things a little bit, because at one point YouTube just completely broke their embed stuff at some point, and then their knowledge base stuff still says, oh yeah, this totally works. Yeah, it works. And no, it doesn't. None of it works. Fucking none of it. And if you email them, they go, well, it worked at some point. We're not going to change the knowledge base though, because we're YouTube. Okay. Alright, so we got people rolling in here. I recognize this tune. I can't remember where it's from though. Shit. It's gonna drive me crazy now. Okay, so since an update on things since the last stream. So I woke up yesterday at 10 a.m. for Valve's sale on the VR headset stuff. Because they were going to, at 10 a.m. sharp, they're going to put on sale a new fresh round of their Valve Index headset and the VR controllers. So I got up at 9:55, had my computer all booted up, ready to go, and at precisely 10 a.m., I opened up the Steam page, I clicked the Order Headset and Controllers button, it gave me an error message, and when it reloaded, it didn't register my order, and then it said, after the refresh, hey, these aren't going to ship now for 2 months. 8 weeks. So, yeah. So I still have a VR headset. I still have an original model Vive. I still have the controllers and the lighthouses for that. So I still have a VR setup. But it looks like I'm going to be playing Half-Life Alyx on the old and busted VR setup. Yep. Yeah, the feeling something like that would happen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was nothing but scalpers that got all of the original run of Vive stuff. Because the way that they actually set it up is all you need is a Steam account, and then you go onto the hardware page and you click order next to what you want. It doesn't ask for your payment details. It doesn't ask for your shipping. All it does is put down a reservation, and then they'll get in touch with you when you're ready to finalize the purchase. So if you click that order button today, 8 weeks from now, they'll eventually get back to you and say, okay, give us the money and we'll send you something. So I have a feeling it was just some dude with a botnet just fucking ordered all of them, because all of the people are reselling these Vive setups for more than double what Valve is charging on like eBay and reseller places. So I have a feeling it's just fucking scumbags that got in all of the orders. And awful. Awful, awful, awful. Alright. So just wait 3 months, nobody will spoil the game. Well, I'm gonna play the game day one. I just said this. I have a VR headset. I have the setup. I'm gonna play the fucking game when it comes out. Just not on my preferred setup. Okay, and then let's see what else. So later that day, I ordered a bunch of capacitors and components. So we might be doing a soldering stream. maybe this weekend, because I got parts to change the capacitors on my PS1, the PSX with the PSIO, because I'm feeling that's why the PSIO blew up the other day, was because some capacitor probably just shit the bed because it's drawing too much current, because I have a bunch of third-party stuff inside that PlayStation that likely caused too much power draw and blew up something in there. My PS1, which is the little mini one that I use to play discs, that is going to get new capacitors. My Sound Blaster card for my DOS machine, gonna change the caps on that, and possibly the op amp. The MT32 MIDI thing is gonna get recapped because I want to lower the noise floor on that, and I might be able to do that with better caps. I got Virtual Boy caps, because eventually I'm gonna have to get that thing in fully functioning order. And then I think I got some more power supplies, because there's I do need better power supplies for like my NES and my Super Nintendo, because there's some issues with that where dirty power is making it to the system and causing some artifacts that I can see but doesn't show up on the stream, but it still drives me crazy. So that's why I need to get better power supplies. Okay, so I think it's about time we get started. Hey, show. 8 and 10K, welcome. All right, so plan for tonight. Half-Life, Opposing Force. Apparently this one is half the length-ish of Half-Life 1, so might be able to beat this one in one sitting tonight. I think I might get going easy on this one, or early. And then second half-ish of the stream is going to be more Hotel Dusk Room 215. That will be what we do tonight. Yep, Quarter Life. Okay, so Half-Life, Opposing Force, PC, 1999, first-person shooter. This came out about a year after original Half-Life came out. Original Half-Life was 1998, and this was sometime in 99. I have the exact release date in my database, but I don't show it here. Developed by Gearbox, so this is not an official Valve game. This is Gearbox software. This is the studio that made Borderlands. And they primarily got their start doing expansion packs and add-on stuff for games in the late 90s. And this is one of the games that they cut their teeth on, making an official Half-Life game. So as always, still published by Ken Williams over at Sierra Online. And yeah, it should be neat. This is completely blind to me. I have never played Opposing Force. I don't remember even reading the review for it in PC Gamer back in the day. I certainly didn't play it back in the day. And I have not seen like a speed run or any other casual playthrough of it. So this is about as blind as it gets for me for this one. All right, Half-Life, Opposing Force, an entirely new episode for the Game of the Year. And then way down here in they really wanted to kind of like I guess it's on the box that this is not a Valve thing. Like, sure, they have the Valve logo on here and the Gearbox logo, but if you just saw this on the shelf and went, hey, there's a new Half-Life game, look at that, and then you get all excited about it, and then down here in the fine print is developed by Gearbox Software. I don't know about that. Okay, all right. So this is part of the fold out box for the physical release for this. All right. There's been an incident at a government lab, some godforsaken place called Black Mesa. It is imperative to national security that no one learns what has happened here. You and your squad must infiltrate the lab, eliminate the hostiles, neutralize all resistance, and secure the facility. This is no cakewalk. You'll have to rely on your training and trust your fellow soldiers if you want to survive this mission. No one knows what you'll find there, but expect the worst. So pack your gear. The chopper leaves in 15 minutes. All right. So we got this guy. So during the Half-Life 1 playthrough, this was the model of the soldier that would pull out the live grenade and then just daintily drop it at his feet. And usually just end up blowing himself up most of the time. So I guess we're playing as that guy? Sure? All right. Opposing Forces Advanced AI allows you to lead a squad of military specialists. Okay. So I recognize these models from Team Fortress 2, like the early Team Fortress 2 screenshots before they changed it into the cartoony type graphics. I remember like specifically this guy, this model, and I don't know, maybe they reused that for the early TF2 stuff. Okay, explore never before seen areas of the Black Mesa Research Facility. Okay. Opposing Force contains all of the incredible technology that made Half-Life the game of the year. Well, why would? Okay, these are pretty much all new enemies. Like I don't remember that thing. I don't remember these guys. So this is all new. Okay, and then the back of the box here. Your mission: eliminate Gordon Freeman. Half-Life has been named Game of the Year by over 50 publications and dubbed the best 3D action game ever made by PC Gamer. Now there's an entirely new episode of the Game of the Year, Half-Life Opposing Force. Built upon the amazing technology and with the visual action of the original game, Opposing Force returns you to the Black Mesa Research Facility as one of the military specialists sent in to eliminate Gordon Freeman. In addition to its exciting new single-player experience, Opposing Force features a large collection of fresh multiplayer content, including new weapons, player characters, and 15 new multiplayer maps. Okay. Alright, so we got a different guard model here, so this is most certainly not Barney. We still have a tram. This is a new weapon from the looks of things. So experiment with a new arsenal of weapons and interact with new characters and aliens. Return to Black Mesa as one of the military specialists sent in to destroy Gordon Freeman. Okay. We want it now. Experience a robust collection of multiplayer content, including new maps created by Industry All-Stars. Sure. Okay. And then here's the disc. So it looks like the Half-Life disc except green. Sure. And of course, Ken Williams has got to get his 95 cents per minute. Get your touch tone phones out. M for mature on this one. All right, and here's what the Steam library stuff looks like for it. Half-Life Opposing Force, and then we get the high quality version of the retail box art for it. Okay. Let's do it, shall we? Uh, 16.9. Okay. Good. So for whatever reason, I only briefly tested this, but I couldn't get my frame rate counter to work on this. I wonder if they use a different renderer or something. Hey, Evan. You're more interested in PSVR. Yeah, there's some cool, unique stuff on PSVR. I don't have a PSVR, and I still don't have my PS4. Aqua still has not returned mine yet. Okay. Alright, looks like we're good on all that. MP3. Sure. That all looks fine. Okay, you gotta make sure that auto aim. Yeah, okay. So I had auto aim turned on last time. CTF and multiplayer? I guess so. Alright. Gotta change this. Okay, and everything else looks fine. There's a pause key. Okay. They actually use the pause key. Okay, anything different here in this? E button, keyboard look, voice communication. Reload, walk, night vision. Okay, so instead of the flashlight, you get night vision, it looks like. And the spray button works in single player, I guess? Sure. Oh, there's a weapon category 7 in this? So, alright, that's a problem because my keyboard only goes up to 6 on the little keyboard I'm using, so hopefully that won't be an issue. Capture the flag. So, yep, there's the capture the flag mode. You can drop your power up for some reason. 5, quick game. Okay. Alright, that all looks fine. Okay, training room it is. So, like I mentioned before, I have never played this game before. I've never seen this game before. This is completely new to me.
Rise and shine, ladies! My name is Senior Drill Instructor Dwight T. Barnes. The first and last words I want to hear out of your stinking holes is, sir. Do I make myself clear? Sir, yes, sir. My goal is simple. As of right now, you are all maggots. You will not speak until spoken to. You will not sleep unless told to do so. When I ask you to jump, you will reply with, how high? Do you get me? Sir, yes, sir. What's your name, dirtbag? Sound off like you got a pair! Corporal Shepard, huh? Looks more like Corporal Dog Meat to me. Seems your name was mysteriously bumped to the top of the advanced training list. My suggestion to you is to get your ass down to the training center and report to Drill Instructor Sharp ASAP. Now move it, Corporal.
Oh.
Where are you from, soldier?
What? Why can I?
Texas? Holy cow! You know it comes from Texas, don't you?
What's going on here with this? Why? Hello?
You eyeballing me, boy?
Does it think I have a joystick plugged in?
You had better square yourself away, maggot.
What in the hell's going on here? Alright, how about raw mouse input?
I smell
Okay, raw mouse input works. Okay. Okay. Alright, raw mouse input is needed.
One, two, three, four. You call that a push-up?
Guess we're going here.
All right, maggot, listen up. I don't care what your previous outfit was like, but around here we do things my way. Follow my instructions carefully, and by the end of the day I'll have you eating danger and crapping victory. Now move your butt, soldier. I will meet you on the other side in the armory.
Alright. Got some very compressed dialogue. Okay.
Mounted on the wall below me, you will see a PCB. This is a powered combat vest. Use it correctly and I guarantee it will save your life. Your PCB is able to recharge from battery power, or it can interface and recharge with commercial, military, and HEV charging stations. What are you waiting for? Grab that PCB and get it fully charged. Trust me, maggot, you're gonna need it. I'll meet you in the next area to demonstrate some of your best capabilities.
Alright. So we get a slightly different HUD here. Okay, so there's different charge stations. Good. Oh, man. Fantastic. So we're just... Oh, geez.
That your military has provided you with will keep you alive. Step onto the morgue and this will be demonstrated for you. As you can see, you are not dead. Your PCB absorbed the damage at the cost of some of its power. Keep your PCB charged and your chances of survival in the field are very high. Proceed to the next area.
Okay. Where's Robot Lady?
You're going to have to pick up the pace, dirtbag! My beloved Corps does not have the patience to wait around for your worthless butt! The following areas will simulate many of the environmental hazards you are likely to encounter in the field. Run through it as quickly as you can and try to avoid taking too much damage. A dead Marine is a worthless Marine! I will see you up ahead if you can make it through alive.
Alright. Okay. It just has some radioactive things laying around.
Shit, you made it! What's that on your vest, soldier? Did that sting a little? Well, suck it up and drive on! I'm not through with you yet! Proceed through that door into the small staging room and await my instructions! In addition to providing protection, your PCV has other capabilities. Once the light goes out, the door in front of you will open. Activate your night vision goggles to navigate this maze and exit on the other side. Now move like you've got a purpose.
Alright. I have an OLED, so... Oh, okay. OLED's not gonna help me here. That is very dark. Okay. Yeah, like... Yeah, I can't see that at all. Okay.
Well, I'll be damned! You may just have what it takes to be a soldier. Now double time it over to the next portion of your training. Move it! Move it! All right, maggot, let's see if you can move your butt through my obstacle course. On your mark, get set, go, go, go! Run up and over those platforms. Move, move, move! Done. Now jump! Get your sorry ass moving! Get your ass down that hill! Scale that wall! Hurry it up! My dear sweet grandmother moves faster than you, dirtbag! Get over that beam!
Hey, I made it faster than you could finish your voice line.
Soldiers here! Are you trying to embarrass me? Proceed to the next area! Come on, double time it! Move, move, move! Let's see if you can climb faster than you can run! Ready?
Oh, great. So instead of ladders, it's ropes now?
Very good! Maybe there's hope for you yet! Now, you wanna come up here and try to knock me off? You can definitely climb better than you can run! Now let's see if you can use these ropes for more than just simple climbing!
Nailed it. Perfect.
Jump! Catch that rope and use your momentum to swing across that water!
Oh, God.
This might take more coordination than you have, soldier! I want you to swing from rope to rope and meet me at the end of the course!
Oh, jeez.
What is your problem, soldier? Get back up and try it again!
Okay.
What is your problem, soldier? Get back up and try it again!
Oh, baby. Can't wait to have to do this in the real
What is
game.
your problem, soldier? Get back up and try it again!
Yeah, this is a great mechanic that they added.
What is your problem,
Oh my God.
soldier? Get back up and try it again!
The late 90s obsession with rope swinging mechanics. Okay.
I'm almost impressed, soldier. Meet me in the next section and let's see if I can shake you up a bit.
Are there any games, any 3D games that have good rope swinging?
Okay, soldier, this is a live fire exercise. This run will give you a taste of what it's like to be in the field. Keep your head low and move between cover. I want to see your face in the dirt, soldier. Go, go, go!
Okay, I don't think I can go prone.
Get your ass up there! Hit the dirt, soldier! Move it, move it! Stay low!
I think the only game that I can think of with good 3D or good rope swinging.
You actually managed to make it through my favorite training exercise in one piece.
Is
Very good, soldier. Move on for your next phase of training.
Donkey Kong Country. That's the only one. And maybe Donkey Kong 64 has good rope swinging. Alright, pistol range.
Your weapon is your best friend. It is your only friend. And to be more effective, soldier, you must master your weapon. On the table, you will see your standard issue sidearm. Pick it up and step over to the pistol range. The object of this exercise is to familiarize yourself with the functions and use of your weapon. The
point of
goal is
this?
for you to place 6 shots within the inner circle of each target. You may begin.
To increase the accuracy? What? Oh, it's... What? It literally changes the accuracy of the gun. If you turn on that. What? Because if you turn it off, it shot like up there. What? I wonder. What in the...
You may proceed to the next section of the training course.
So why would you... There must be some reason. Alright, so we got... shotguns. Okay, looks like we get one of those, probably. Okay.
This exercise will train you in the use of a long-range sniper rifle.
Oh,
Proceed to the table, pick up the sniper rifle, and position yourself on the firing line.
Just actually
In
Counter-Strike
this
now.
exercise, you will be firing at targets both moving and stationary at medium, long, and extreme ranges. As you will notice, your sniper rifle comes equipped with a scope. Use this scope to magnify your view, making the distant targets easier to see. In the distance, you will notice 3 stationary targets partially concealed. Hit each of these targets to advance to the next stage of targets. Good. Now let's see how you do with simple moving targets at that range, soldier.
Okay. Takes forever to
Now
reload.
let's see if you can hit the moving targets at long range. Make sure to take your time and line up those shots, soldier.
Okay, this is actually more difficult.
Make sure to take careful aim, soldier. Patience is key for those crucial shots.
Alright. Sign me up for CSGO. CSGO tournament. Oh god.
Not bad at all, soldier. Now let's see if you can do the same at extreme range.
Okay.
Unbelievable! You can actually shoot. I'd actually consider letting you cover my ass in a firefight. I'm finished with you, soldier. Proceed to the next area and report to the next drill instructor.
Okay, so that's 6. But, and I'm guessing heavy weapons are probably in 7, so... Great. My little half keyboard is, might be a problem here.
All right, dirtbag. You've proven yourself a capable grunt. Now let's see if there's any leadership qualities in that sorry carcass of yours. To become an effective leader, you must familiarize yourself with the skill set of each soldier in your platoon. The first type of soldier you will meet is the engineer. Engineers have a knack for getting you in and out of places that are otherwise inaccessible. Take charge and have him follow you to the sealed door. Yes, sir.
Alright, go T-pose over here.
Stand back, Corporal. This should only take a minute. you can see, this soldier may prove quite useful in the field. Once you've breached the room, proceed through the door and meet the next type of soldier.
Oh, I took damage from that. Good thing a medic's here.
The medic can be one of the most valued soldiers on the field. They have the ability to heal both you and your fellow squad members. To receive medical attention, simply hold down your use key and the medic will apply first aid. Once the medic has attended to your wounds, proceed to the next area to complete your training.
Alright, just a portable heal station.
Listen up, soldiers! During the course of your missions, you may not be in direct contact with your squad. In these situations, you will need to utilize any available military radios. These radios can be used to call in reinforcements or gain vital military intelligence. Approach the radio and use it, soldier!
I hear you loud and clear. Now move to your position.
Oh.
Congratulations, soldier! You're no longer a low-life maggot! I'm proud to say you are a soldier! I'm sure you'll be a credit to your unit! Now report to duty, soldier!
Alright. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Okay, medium difficulty, just like the Half-Life 1 playthrough. Let's do this. This is really loud.
Where the hell are we anyway? Well, the pilot thought we were heading to your mother's house. So far, this all looks familiar. It is real cute, Jack. Anytime, anywhere. Hey, man, you smell that? Smell what? It smells like another babysitting job to me, man. No shit, man. Babysitting job my ass. This has training mission written all over it. Why else would they have kept our orders from us for so long, huh? Yeah, what the hell is that all about? Throwing our asses with this hunk of junk and not even telling us what we're going in for, man. Do you have a problem, Private? I will give you your orders when we have reached the LZ. You got that, soldier? Sir, yes, sir. I don't really give a damn what we're going in for. As long as I get to kill me something. I heard that.
Watch your vector, Goose 3. It's getting a little tight in here.
This is another search and rescue operation. I'm gonna forget.
It's, voice fault? Well, I would have to turn down the hell... No. Essentially, no. From the sounds of things.
I gotta search out and rescue your sorry ass.
Anyone out there got a good view of the LZ yet? Negative, Goose 7. I can see some activity up there, but I can't tell what it is.
Hey, Shepard, I think Jackson has got the hot story. Hey, Tower. We have an extremely hostile situation.
Oh, jeez. Am I dead already?
Get down!
All right.
Three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you've woken up. Corporal Shepard, is it? I've read the tag on your uniform. I'm glad to see my life-saving efforts weren't in vain. I can't say the same for him. I'm afraid you have been through a serious accident. Most of your friends didn't make it. I was hoping that you soldiers had come to rescue us, but now it seems we are all in the same situation. I think I saw a radio near the crash site where I found you. Perhaps you can go there and radio for help?
Alright. Oh, baby. Starting off with music, huh? Okay. Yep. We can't press F because that's the night vision button. So press T.
Do you recall any of those?
So this must be before they got the orders to eliminate all the scientists, maybe, or huh?
These crab creatures have a unique parasitic strategy, don't you think?
Yes. Keep poking it.
Have you ever seen such a magnificent species? These crabs can completely control their host's nervous system. Can you imagine what the next stage of mutation looks like?
All right. We got our HEV Mark II.
Why are you leaving me here? I certainly hope you know what you're doing.
No!
Bunk. A tougher game? Yeah, we'll see.
I go.
Okay.
I'd love to hang that over my fireplace. You know, if I had one.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, sure, we'll work better as a team.
Nice. Welcome to Minnesota. All right, so this is not Barney. This is Fat Barney, I guess.
Okay, Shepard, I see you found your power vest. That should keep you safe out there. See, now I've heard rumors that you troops may not actually be here to rescue us. Just don't forget about us out there, alrighty? Okay, I'll let you through now.
Okay. Yep, place your predictions for amount of deaths in this. I'm gonna keep it under 69 again.
Good luck, sir.
The Half-Life 1 playthrough was, what, 50 deaths, I think? Or thereabouts? Okay. Alright, found our crowbar. Oh, okay, so you can hold down right click and wind up this one. And then sure. Perfect. Nailed it. Optical mirrors are fragile. Probably neat. Well, there goes the deer deaths. What? Fuck. Okay, so I'm probably supposed to get under this and break that thing. There we go. Ooh. Okay. Perfect. What? It's like the melee range is shorter. Okay. That's gonna take some getting used to. Only one hit though. Eh? Capped it at 60. I believe it's at 120 right now. But my my FPS hook thing is not working. So it looks like Opposing Force uses some other renderer that that Riva Tuner can't snoop on, I guess, because that's what I use to get the PC FPS. But I believe it's running at 120 right now, because that's what I have my ILOD set to. Netgraph 1. All right, let's take a look. $100. Yeah. Okay. So just like Half-Life 1, it's capped out at 100 right now. So it's gonna look a little goofy in the VOD again, because it's gonna have frame updates happening in weird places. Oh well. But that should only be a problem for this and for Blue Shift, and then we'll be free of this engine. Okay. So probably just have to jump underneath there. Kind of feels like I move a little bit faster than Gordon did in Half-Life 1, but that's probably just... me seeing things here. Okay, so this is... oh, and we get a knife too? You get 2 melees. Interesting. Okay, so we got the old slash. Do we have a stab with the right click? No. Okay, so right click doesn't do anything for this one. What's the point of this? There's got to be some puzzle solving reason for having multiple melees. Like you need the wrench to... huh. Yeah. Go up here. Alright, so we're looking for the radio. Back at the crash site, which is here. Alright, so we clearly can't go through there. There's... oh, geez. The supplies that way. I can't get through there. I guess we're going this way. Oh, got cockroaches again. It seems like the knife has a longer reach than the wrench did. Rip. Ah. Yeah, so it looks like the pipe wrench does slightly more damage, but it doesn't attack as fast as a knife, from what I can see here. Okay, so that's a no-go for now. Oh, jeez. Not fans again. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Okay. Wait, is all this just for a gun? Oh. Okay. Yeah, right? Like, having the knife not able to break breakable objects, but I don't know. That seems weird. That it's only there to be a minor inconvenience. And alright. Gotta remember to right-click before I use the pistol, otherwise your shot's gonna... You're gonna aim there and your shot will go over there. Okay, so there's our radio. I'm assuming once I use that, a bunch of stuff is gonna spawn, so... we'll get whatever goodies we can before then. Oh, the laser stays equipped if you put away the pistol and then re-equip it. Okay. That's good, I guess.
Shepard, you're alive. Listen, we've been cut up pretty bad and orders are coming down to pull out. Repeat, pull out. Apparently they've got other plans for Black Mesa now. If you can make your way through the transit system, you can probably reach the surface where we are pulling out. Good luck. Over.
Okay. So this takes place like 2/3 of the way through Half-Life 1? Or like 3/4 or so? Okay. And the transit system, huh? My favorite part of Half-Life 1. Alright, we got barnacles. This is kind of a weird start. Like it started off with action, and then a whole lot of not much since. And they just give you the shotgun straight away? Okay. And that just looks like the regular shotgun from the first game. Hey, Zach. Like, the tutorial was certainly neat, and a nice change from the first game. But now that we're actually in it. Oh, I should also mention that this was a an expansion pack, which if you're unfamiliar with PC gaming back in the time, an expansion pack was essentially DLC for a game, except it just came on a full disc and generally had more content than what you consider DLC these days. And they also cost a lot more than most DLC does. Oh shit! What the heck? Okay. I probably have to get up that ladder ASAP. Oh. What? Oh, okay. He's helping us. Just... Okay. No. Oh god, this is doing the same thing as shit. Okay. All right, this is not cheating. This is necessary cuz I am stuck in the floor right now. God. All right. Amazing. That is a thing. Alright, that's explosive. I don't know if I need that for an environmental thing or if I can just... see you. Yeah, it's probably a frame rate thing. Nailed it. Perfect. Because yeah, I doubt that would have been a problem in back when this came out. Okay. So, let's see. I can probably start and stop this. Probably want it like there. Push these. Okay. Okay, so we can't get through here. So I wonder if I can interact with this through here. So I bring that over there to get up to... Well, maybe I can make this work like this. This seems safe. Alright, I can maybe, just maybe make that. There we go. Okay. And I guess I gotta get there. Okay. Okay. Hey, Cyrus. Good morning. Yeah. This is that tram. Oh, this is a section of the opening to Half-Life 1. This is where the robot loader thing was over here, and this is the route the tram took to bring Gordon to the lab. This seems safe. Yeah. Okay. I'd have been very mad if I took any damage there. Sir. Skyrim up this. And Skyrim up this. Okay. Supplies under here. Yeah. Alright. Man, they just give you all the weapons right away. Okay. Hey, there's Robot Buddy. Okay. I am very excited that they use this in this game. This thing was the coolest part of the intro in Half-Life 1. Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's Big Peepo. Hopefully that's not the last time we see Big Peepo. Yeah. Oh, great. It's... Eh. Sure. I don't like the look of this. Okay, I thought that was gonna come down on me. Yep, so functionally identical to Half-Life 1 shotgun. Looks like I want to be using shells here if I can. I don't know how scarce ammo is going to be in this one. Yeah. Alright, there's our tram. Oh, this was the part that was filled with toxic goo in here at the start of Half-Life 1 in the intro. Okay. Looks like you need to grenade that maybe? Or just shoot it? Alright, I guess not. Yeah, slot. Yep, they finally fixed that leak. Well, I gotta jump over the tram then. So that doesn't seem safe. Either that or over there. Oh, or this is a puzzle. Yep. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay.
This train is inbound.
Sector C. Please
Keep your limbs inside the train at all times.
Oh, and your shooty boys.
With the background in the areas of other high-tech disciplines.
Should probably be saving the pistol ammo because that's a extremely powerful shot.
Regular radiation and biohazard screenings are a requirement of continued employment
Black Mesa
research facility.
Yeah, this pistol, it
Do not attempt to open it. Has come to a complete halt.
it does magnum damage,
The station platform.
but doesn't take like an hour to reload. So automatically better than the magnum.
Now arriving.
Revolver, whatever it's called in Half-Life 1. Okay, good. Still not stuck in the floor. Oh, you get the regular pistol as well. Interesting. Man, they just... more everything, it seems. Okay.
Mmm, candy. Stupid machines. Why don't these ever seem to work? Hey, you wouldn't have a quarter I can borrow, would you? Sure, I have nothing better to do. Oh, that was way too much for comfort. Oh yeah, baby, did you see that?
Man, let's just...
Phew, I think I got a ripe one.
I'm just gonna have him do all the shooting, I guess.
That's right. I got another one. Have you seen the new IG-88?
No, I haven't, but a friend of mine...
What is that, Doc?
I don't know. I've never seen that species before.
It's okay, sir. I
Oh.
can take him.
Shooting.
Took a little damage, but I can...
No! I don't want to die!
Oh, jeez.
Those poor bastards.
All right. Oh, that's Otis? Okay. Well.
I gotta say, that mall security job is looking pretty good right now.
Sure. This is where we keep the rifle grenades. Man.
Can't believe I got that guy.
Okay. Man, they give you all the weapons, like right up front. Which is not a bad thing. As long as they don't take them away like they did in the first game. Right after you get everything, you get captured. Okay. I'm gonna assume that that's inaccessible. Oh. Okay. Well then. Okay, so on 3, that's the same as 1. We have 2 pistols again. Okay. Okay.
Come in, Cooper. Do you copy? Forget about Freeman. We're abandoning the base. If you have any last bomb targets, mark them on the tactical map. Otherwise, get the hell out of there. Repeat, we are pulling out and commencing airstrikes. Give us targets or get below. Shepard, you've made it. I take it you didn't find Freeman? Forget it, Corporal. We are pulling out. The airstrike has started. Get to the hangar while we await evac.
That nice elbow, bro.
I said get to the hangar, Shepard. That is an order.
Okay. But first, let me break these boxes.
Where's Freeman? We don't have time to mess around here.
Freeman could be anywhere.
I'm not letting you go until you talk.
But I want those. Dang it. Okay, what's in that other door here? Okay. That seems like it takes way more hits than first game. the boat. Okay. I wonder if the... Oh, so I'm not getting that the energy that was up there. Can't see the crosshair at all in night vision. That's kind of the downside with having a green HUD, is that night vision is also green. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's... Alright. Let's just... Where does this go? Okay. Lots of corners in here for head crabs to... Okay. So in a room like this in the first game, you had to hit the light switch to turn off the electricity, but this... I don't think that's gonna help here. Are you fucking... Okay. Let's... Shit. Alright, what if we just go? We just... Okay, this is fine. Oh god, not fans again. The real boss of Half-Life. Gigantic fans. Okay. Sure. Run through it. That's probably gonna fall if I jump on it, so not gonna bother. Oh, what the? Oh, jeez. Do they really expect you to... Alright, we're gonna line up on this and hope for the best. Oh my god. Okay. And then... Probably supposed to... Dude. Maybe you can... Alright. Guess you just gotta do it. Okay. Worried about nothing. Yeah, at least the water's not instant kill. That is very true. Could be worse. So those were non-explosive. I remember the explosive ones look slightly different. Yo, we got big boy zombie. These are Half-Life 2 enemies, I think, if I remember correctly. There's an enemy in Half-Life 2 that threw head crabs at you. I think. There certainly wasn't one like that in the first game. Man, they really make you use the night vision. Okay, so it looks like you're safe to drop down from here. But you gotta time this, and it sounds like there's another big boy somewhere around here. Probably supposed to run through this. Okay. Okay. Took a lot of hits there. Okay. Are those not gonna explode? Do they... what? Did they change how these work in this game? You have to use grenades on them maybe now? Maybe push these in. Oh. 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 So you're probably supposed to... yeah. Do not obstruct test flame. We have a giant thing of explosives. I'm guessing this goes okay. And then... okay. So this is all the Zen stuff that we didn't see until the very end of the game. So what did this accomplish? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the black head crabs that poisoned you or something. Yeah. Little shotgun. Well, it certainly feels like there's more action in this one at least compared to the early bits of Half-Life 1. And that's kind of what you expect with an expansion pack. Like this is for people who've already played through and beaten the first game. Whatever killed him must be... it's not... All right.
You've got to get out of here. Listen to me, Shepard. Those things, they'll kill all of us. Ah.
All right. Just chilling here on the floor. Parking, elevator. Okay. That sounded like, okay, that sounds like the ones with the purple armor. Oh, up there. I see you. Oh, that must have been, that was probably Gordon. It was probably Mr. Half-Life. Okay. Okay, these are new. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so they have a ranged attack and probably a decent melee. Okay. So far, not a threat. Oh shit, I was still left clicking there. That could have gone very poorly. Also, it's a great place to keep a rocket launcher. Alright, so rocket launcher's on 4 this time? Okay. It looks like it operates the same as it did in the first game. Okay. And that looks like it probably does the same thing as the first one. That one too. Okay. We got quite the arsenal, and I'm not going to use most of them, as the pistol works pretty well.
I don't know whether you soldiers under orders to silence the facility or these vile aliens.
Alright. Okay. Wasn't sure if that was a barnacle or not. Eh. So weird that some things function as ladders in this game, but sometimes it's not obvious that they are. Like there was one of those outdoor areas of one did that. That seems safe. Okay. Sure. Probably supposed to... Alright, I guess you just jump and hope. Okay. This... Never trust explosive barrels and blind corners. They didn't blow up for once. I'll be damned. Okay. So what did that accomplish? Assuming I don't have to go back up there. I'm not sure I even can. Like, maybe you gotta go in there. Maybe all of that was just to get access to this? There's nothing in there? It's half sandwich. Yeah, I guess we're climbing the elevator then. Oh, this must be the rope climbing. Okay. Alright. I'm still in the Half-Life 1 mentality. This is like either a barnacle or a live wire. But I gotta remember my basic training. There's rope climbing in this one. Oh, man. Okay. Perfect. Nailed it. Okay. Hey, Chaos. Yep, sketchy. Those are the trip mines. And this is the coolant, I guess? This... I was about to comment on that seam there. Like this change in shading here looks rather sketch. And yep. Turns out that was for a reason. Am I stuck? I am currently crouching. Did I just soft lock myself? Did my reflexes just soft lock me? I'm assuming I need to be down there. But I backed out. Okay, maybe it's get out through here. I'm holding down crouch right now. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Cyrus. You saved the day. Oh, hey, there's Pokemon in this game. This is a very weird walking through water sound. It's like you took a big bucket with a little bit of water in it and just like went like that with it. Huh. And that's a different sound than what they used in the first game. Alright, so this is the offices area. That is explosive. Okay. Probably can't hit that from through the door. Oh. Okay, maybe you're supposed to... Well, that is... Oh, this is... Okay. Yep, and then we gotta bring our crate with us. Companion cube. Alright, well this is above where we were at before. But what did this accomplish? Maybe we can get into the other side of it. Ah, wait. This is where we just were. Point of this? This? No. Like clearly that's gotta get blown up. And this is just back the way we came. Is there another rope I have to... Maybe... Stuff like this makes me think. Is there... I'll just load the save if this doesn't do anything. Okay. And I can't just jump past this. I don't think bringing the companion cube will do anything. So... Huh. So clearly we have to get in here. That's what the... Like, maybe this is just a secret area for a little bit of extra suit power? I can't go up there. This just doesn't do anything. And this doesn't do anything. This is where we've already been. I don't see anything that's obviously interactive. That's walled off. Can't interact with any of that. Like, maybe you're supposed to use this to get over this little barricade here, over the trash can. I can never push this over here. Of course. I'm an idiot. Y'all already knew that, though. It's nothing new. Okay. Hey, I can't jump over this thing. That looks like you can jump over it. I wonder why. And then this is probably a shortcut. Okay. Very safe. Okay, we figured it out. Boss defeated. Okay, and then we... So this whole part is just shuffling around this thing. This is the companion cube portion of opposing force. Yeah, they didn't cover this in basic. They covered how to get shot. They covered how to use engineers to open doors, but they didn't cover how to push boxes. They did in the first game, but canonically, Shepard has not received that training. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, the box physics in this one are weird. Probably because of the high frame rate thing. Like if you hold down the interact key and then move the box, the box just goes flying.
When all the fighting started, I hid myself here. I don't think any of them above have survived.
Roger that.
Oh.
I was told to guard this area.
Hey, Drew. Welcome. Okay, do I need to... Is this another box puzzle? Do I need to go get my box? I probably can't bring it past there, though. But, yep, this looks like another box puzzle. Alright, so if I just run into the box, I can move it like that. And if I hold down E and then move into it, it just goes flying. Oh, well.
How interesting. Just look at that.
Yeah, it's a box. Neat.
I hope those people get...
Oh, it's to... Okay. I'm not thinking with portals again. It's another fucking rope.
About this mission.
Corporal Shepard, we've been left behind as well. We're on to your position now. Stand
Okay. All right. This.
Situation is looking pretty grim. Shepard, looks like somebody really screwed up, Corporal. Seems the brass bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah, well, forget about Freeman. We've got to save our own asses.
You with us, Corporal?
It sounds like they had
I
this.
got a bad feeling about this mission. Squad, quiet down.
It sounds like they got the same guy to do the voices for them, but this guy they just pitched down his voice. I suspect they did that. All right, squad.
Roger that. Yes, sir. At your command, sir.
Yep. Small indie company. Gearbox Software. Okay, so we have an engineer now, so we can get through locked doors. And that's probably what this is for.
Man, my dogs are barking. Stand back, Corporal. This should only take a minute. This mission is way beyond FUBAR.
I really hope they aren't gonna be saying one-liners for the rest of this game.
Bet you could get lost in this place really easy.
Alright, let's all T-pose in here. Hey.
Moving out, Corporal.
Oh, baby.
The current situation is looking pretty grim. Quiet down. I'll stay here and I got your six.
Okay. Oh, man.
Just when I was getting short, I've got to pull this assignment. I got a bad feeling about this mission. I will not fail you, sir. Right away, sir. Squad, quiet down. The current situation is looking pretty grim.
I would have been upset if he was stuck in the floor there.
Roger that. This place makes boot camp seem like Disneyland.
Disneyland TM, please. Gearbox Software.
Take this! I'll have you through here in no time.
What is... Alright, that's an interesting way to do this.
School sure paid off today.
Nice. Went completely around the target.
Area secure.
Wait, what is he... Whoop. Okay, sure, yeah, open that door. Fine. Yeah, this room design is pretty good.
One kill.
Oh my god.
Roger that. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Did you see that one, Corporal?
No, I didn't.
Okay, check in. Have you seen any other soldiers from our platoon? Serious, sir. I'm a natural-born alien killer.
This banter is...
Sniper school sure paid off today.
Oh.
Let's get the hell out of here! All right, you scout ahead. You got it, Corporal. I'll be right behind you. Check your zone. Area secure, sir. I got a bad feeling about this mission.
Oh, man. Alright, out of the way.
Squad, quiet down.
Where's the engineer? Hello? Where'd my engineer go?
Boy, this is some first mission.
All right, come on.
The current situation is looking pretty grim.
Am I just gonna have to walk?
Man, if we make it out of here alive, I'm gonna buy you all a round of beers.
So,
I'll buy the whole damn bar.
so remember in Half-Life 1 when I was praising the pathfinding and AI of the AI teammates, something happened between that game and this one. Oh. Okay.
Let's go!
This is what CRT projectors look like, by the way. Seriously. Okay. Sure. Be a level design meeting. Where's my squad?
Is looking pretty grim.
Where's...
Did you see that one, Corporal?
What are you doing over here?
Guard duty, huh? Sure, we can do more damage that way.
All they're damaging is my patience. Come on. Come on, squad.
Roger that. I was... Check your zone. Okay, check in. Government cover-ups were not in my job description. Squad, quiet down.
What is this?
Area secure, sir.
Like stink lines coming off this?
I got a bad feeling about this mission. Roger that. I got a bad feeling about this mission. Roger that.
Not a climbable rope.
Government cover-ups were not in my job description. Area secure, sir. Guard this area.
Got him. Oh. All right, so those are clearly going to be climbable ropes, but gotta turn off the power somehow. And the rest of my squad sure is useful right now. Well, maybe you can climb those when the power's still on. All right, let's do some science here. Okay, you just can't. Oh, geez. Okay, so kind of. And you just got to be really quick. Okay. Okay. You just gotta be really, really quick. Yeah. Yep. Totally necessary. Yep, my squad is just gonna keep talking to me from across the map.
Mayday, mayday, anyone copy? This is Tango Charlie 409er. We are under attack. Repeat, black operators have entered the base and have opened fire on us. Request backup immediately. Over.
Okay. Sure.
I got a bad feeling about this. Squad, quiet down. Shepard, what the hell were you doing down there? Listen, we need to get our asses down to the extraction point near Lambda Sector. With any luck, we'll even get a shot at Freeman on our way out. Now, this transit system should take us there, but the door is sealed up pretty tight. Jeez, where's an engineer when you need one?
Probably walking into a corner right now,
Sir.
standing in place. Nice.
This is some first mission.
What? What? What are you doing?
Move in!
Hey! Stop that. Okay. We'll just say, sure, he shot me to death. What?
Shepard, what the hell were you doing down there? Listen, we need to get our asses down to the extraction point near Lambda Sector. With any luck, we'll even get a shot at Freeman on our way out. Now, this transit system should take us there, but the door is sealed up pretty tight. Jeez, where's an engineer when you need one?
Okay, so we'll
Right away, sir!
leave him.
Okay, I'll secure this area.
Yeah, secure that. I'll take care of this. Okay, yeah, that probably would hit him if he was right there. And that door's locked anyways, so...
Sure, we can do more damage that way. This might sting a bit. Okay, I'll secure this area. You got it, Corporal. I'll be right behind you.
Guess I'm going in here then?
Why do we always have to clean up a mess the grunts can't handle?
Tell me about it. I just want to deliver the package and get out of here.
Yeah, sooner or later the grunts are gonna figure it out.
That's Barney's voice, isn't it? Zerd. Oh, it's the same. It does the same thing as the... So that incredible AI thing is still present in this one. Amazing. Like, I wonder if that's a thing with high frame rates. or what? Surprised that grenade didn't hit him. Okay.
Keeping you in one piece is proving to be quite a challenge.
Counter-Strike Graffiti, it's part of the game. Like they spray logo. It's part of the combat functions. Spray logo. So the game lets me do it, so I'm gonna do it, I guess. I don't know if the chat functions though. So hit Y. Yeah, you can totally do alt chat. There we go. Sure.
Check your zone.
I'm not sure you could do that in single-player Half-Life 1. Hey, Clap. Okay. He's hanging out over there for some reason.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. I need a medic bad.
Oh. If only we had a medic.
This place makes boot camp seem... Yes, sir!
Alright, well.
Squad, quiet down! Don't worry, soldier. I'll have you fixed up in no time.
If only there was a med kit, like, right next to you. Or right there.
Do you have any... Thanks, Doc. Roger that. I got your 6. Affirmative, sir.
Alright, squad. Let's awkwardly roll out to where that door is.
I got a bad feeling about this mission.
Oh, this is where that remote gun was. Alright, squad. Assuming there's no ambush out here.
Who needs a locksmith, huh, Shepard?
Ha ha ha.
Roger that.
Yeesh. Yeah, this game's got a little bit of lack of polish compared to the first game, but then again, this isn't a Valve game. Just run right into, yep. Run right into it. Great idea. And then I shot him in the back, but it's okay because this guy didn't aggro, so whatever. Alright, good. And it sounds like my other squad is still over there.
Alright, you scout ahead. Moving out, Corporal.
Let's go. Okay, he didn't. Got there eventually.
Hello, sir! Corporal, what the hell is going on here? Nobody told us about black operations in the mission briefing. Yeah, I mean, we're all on the same team, right? Right? Well, I'm not sure what their mission is, but we need to keep moving. There's gotta be a transit car somewhere on these tracks. At your command, sir! Let's get the hell out of here!
Okay.
Check your zone! Clear this area! Get some!
Uh-oh. Okay.
Move in! Okay, I'll secure this area.
Alright. Are you... okay. probably should have just done that from the start.
One kill. This might sting a bit.
Alright, I think the strat is to keep this guy in the back lines and then just keep him there. Oh, alright, I'll take that. Alright, using this gun against them is clearly the strat. Yeah, if I knew there was custom sprays in this, I would have totally made the Dreadgasm. I think Half-Life 2 has sprays. And I'm assuming Blue Shift does, so I'll have to prepare something for those.
I was told to guard this area. I'll stay here and await further orders. I will not fail you, sir. Area secure, sir.
I doubt it.
Area secure, sir.
They have the goofiest walk sound.
Got a bad feeling about this mission.
Okay.
Recon team, check in. This might sting a bit. Guard duty,
Yeah, guard duty, sure. Guard these boxes.
Squad, quiet down.
Alright, gonna have to save the ammo for that thing when I really need it.
I got a bad feeling.
Alright.
Roger that.
Oh, yep. Lightly place down that grenade. Yep. Oh my god. That can't be intended. And there's... Can't do dual wield knives. Like that... That is too goofy to be intended.
Situation is grim. Squad, quiet down. Clear this area.
What? They were just walking in place? Sure. Oh boy. Incredible. Though I guess to be fair, these the special forces enemies are probably the most fun ones to fight in the first game. So I guess it's kind of a good thing up there. They're giving you more of them to fight in this one.
Okay, check in. Area secure, sir.
Alright, finally full up on shotgun. Okay. Alright, so now we gotta go find a bus, and I'm assuming that's what we'll be taking. Okay. Alright. So before we get on the bus, I'm going to take a short break for a couple minutes here. I'll be back in a few for more Opposing Force. Stay tuned. All right. Back at it. Okay. So apparently this game is like by How Long to Beat says this is a 5-hour game. And Half-Life 1 took what, 9 hours for me? So roughly, according to them, it's half the length of Half-Life 1. So maybe I should just go ahead and try and complete the game tonight? I don't know. I don't know if I need to bring this with me.
Current situation is looking pretty. Just when I was getting short, I called this assignment.
Sure. All right.
Moving out, Corporal.
On the bus, medic.
Roger that. I got a bad feeling about this mission. Roger that.
I don't think we're going to be able to bring our medic with us. Oh, this is, there's the rest of our squad over there. Sure. I guess they're trapped. Good luck, rest of squad, and also medic. Unless I'm supposed to, like, okay, can't just jump over that. Well, they're on their own. I'm sure they'll be fine, considering their amazing survival instincts already. Okay, fine. Oh, God. My chat PC wants to update Windows. No. Not today, Windows. Okay. Okay, take another rocket launcher. I'm assuming there's gonna be big boys to tanks and such to use rockets on in this one. Wasn't that many occasions to use heavy weapons in the first game? Though you could technically use heavy weapons on anything, but there's only a few situations where I felt it was necessary to do it. Did, supposed to get up there, I guess? Another amazing box puzzle. This incredible physics. We are not alone. Okay.
It's ready. You must go now.
Okay, so this is when Gordon goes to Zen. This is the Lambda.
I can't keep it open forever.
Okay. Interesting. Am I supposed to... Oh. No. The answer is no. I guess. Oh. Okay. Oh. There's a Zen portion, and we don't have a long jump. Okay. And after I took a bunch of damage. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, this is not fine. Okay. What's this? What is this? Okay, we gotta... What the fuck?
To make a duck jump. You'll want to stand right at the mouth of the pipe and continue to press forward. Then jump up, and while you're in midair, go into a crouch. It's tricky, but you'll find it comes in handy.
So I right-clicked with that gun. I right-clicked with it, and it brought me here. And this is the training area of Half-Life 1. What? Oh, there's a portal over there? What? Like, fuck's sake. This is where it gets weird good, because it was getting a little too samey there. I'm glad this game does get weird though. Okay. Yep. Good old aperture science. Okay. This is... Huh. Oh, we're back here. Okay. So if I... Oh, I'm out of ammo with it. Okay, so if you right-click with it, you're out of ammo. Maybe that's on purpose? Huh. I'm hoping that was on purpose. That probably wasn't where I was supposed to go. Okay. So. Alright, probably supposed to go up to that one. That one or that one? Yeah. Yeah. Jumping puzzles and first-person shooters. Never. Not even once. Don't do it, all you aspiring game developers out there. Okay. Well, I'm supposed to jump into that. And make it. Jump into it and make it. The important second part of that. Crush depth. But likely an underwater section. Also not a strong part. Okay, so this looks like the area where the test chamber was at the also beginning of Half-Life 1. So yeah, this game just skips you all around the complex. Yeah, this is... Or somewhere near it. This is a similar area.
Access denied.
Okay.
Thank you for releasing me. I can help you access any secured area in this lab.
All right.
Well, the dimensional breach is definitely transmitting organic matter.
Okay. So we got to keep this guy alive.
Let's go.
Okay. There's got to be something that teleports in, like, right here.
I hear something. All right. Have I been that much of a burden?
We'll keep him there for now. Yeah, there's a Pokemon over here. Okay. Good. Alright. So now that we got some energy, I wonder if we can... Alright, I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna right-click with this thing again. Huh. I wonder if this is just... If there's a point to this, or if it's just for... Hey, get some extra supplies. Hey, want to revisit the worst part of Half-Life 1? Here you go. Right-click with this gun. Alright. You can pretty much strafe up anything in this game. Okay, is there anything in here? Like it. Okay. Alright, so we used up all of our energy weapon ammo to get 20 armor back. Fantastic. Uh-oh. Where's Science Man? Okay. let's call that a death, because that's a soft lock, I guess. Okay. All right, man of science. Let's roll. I need you to open this door. Yeah, I think it was a telefrag. Whoa. Oh, maybe that wasn't a What the hell's going on? Pokemon fighting up here or something? Oh. Well, hello. What? Oh. Alright, so canonically, that guy survives, I guess. We'll see him in Half-Life 2. Oh. This seems safe. It's probably gonna put me in the water. Yep. Okay. I don't have any weapons that'll fire underwater. Go. Love this amazing hardware 3D water. Okay. Yep, of course. All right. Oh, they do? Oh yeah, because the... Yep. That's how my eyes normally look. Oh yeah, speaking of eyes, so since I wasn't able to get my order in for the Valve Index, I was looking at things that I could do to improve my first generation HTC Vive, and apparently there's a company called VR Optician that makes prescription lenses that go in the inside of the headset that you can get them special ordered to match your prescription and your eyesight, so then you can use your VR headset comfortably without without needing glasses. Oh great, there's these guys again. And it's like, it's $70 for a pair of lenses. And I don't know, I think the convenience of not having to screw around with wearing my glasses inside the headset might actually be worth it for that. Okay, so that opened a door in the main tank, and that also lets that thing out, which I am not a fan of. These things were a huge pain to fight in the first game. Okay, so the door would have been like over there, I guess. Alright. This part's probably horrible, so let's do it. Yep. Alright, come on out, big boy. There we go. Did I get him? Nope. Of course not. Oh. Yep, that's the sound I remember from... Okay. Whoa. We got a bet. I think I got it. I think I got it. Got him. Ah, eat shit. Okay. Oh, I probably just could have gone faster and done this, but oh well. Much more satisfying this way. Oh, jeez. This seems... Okay. What the fuck? Is this... Oh, it's like the... Okay, it's like the B gun. So if I hold down right click and then let go right click, it just... It wiggles? Alright, hold down right click and then left click. Nothing. Hold down right click. So it stops recharging if I hold down right click. I'm not sure what the point of that is. Okay. Alright. Well, cool. We got our infinite ammo weapon, though. Airlock doors. Okay, so we got... And this is a lightning attack, so I'm assuming using this underwater is going to be a bad idea. Nice texture, bro. Okay, is there an exit portal anywhere around here? Okay. There's stuff down there. I'm assuming I'm assuming either of these portals will work. So any of those drops is gonna kill me, it looks like. And I'm assuming I can't make that. This will likely kill me. But worth a try, I guess. Okay. extra missiles, I guess. Okay, I guess that was just bonus things. I'll take it. Yeah, it just doesn't show on the counter. So if I get it down to 1 here and then hold down right click and then let go here, it's back at 10. But yeah, I'm still not sure what the function of that right click is though. Maybe it has some sort of function later on, but for now it's not doing anything. Yep, the incredible sound of... Okay, so like I suspected, using that weapon underwater does that. Come get some. Okay. This is hurting me more than it is it. This is nice. The hell can I even... Does this thing work underwater? This is gonna kill me. No? Okay. Yep. Alright. Come at me from... Oh, I'm out of grenades. Fuck. Alright. Catch these hands. Okay. Alright, come get it! No! I selected the wrong thing! Fuck! Man, I could have had both of them there. Okay. Okay. Yep, I hate water levels. Get ready for OOT Water Temple. This is just damaging me more than... Alright. Let's just do this. Surely I've damaged it enough. Got him. Alright. Whew. It just took all of my explosives. Alright. Perfect. Alright. Hopefully no more of that shit. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'll take more of that ammo. Okay. Yep, that was the final boss. This is just the epilogue here. Oh, I guess I should be using this infinite ammo gun. Eh? Is this music? Oh. Oh. All right, this is the problem. The infinite ammo gun is... Oh, jeez. It's on the 7 key. And let me illustrate why this is an issue with having the infinite ammo alien gun on that key. Because the keyboard that I'm using has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's no 7 key. So, I'm not gonna have easy access. Oh, unless this is a PC game. Aha. G. Okay. Can't believe that took me that long. Look at that. All right, it's now weapon category G for gun. Got it. Boom. Yep. Big brain right there. Okay. No. T is a very important button. When I hit T, it does this. And that is way more important than infinite ammo gun. Man, my HP and armor is not in a very good spot right now. So naturally, I'll save here. Alright, we got another new enemy here. Okay, so that's a big boy there. Okay, so it took a rocket shot to the face and didn't break a sweat. Is this even doing anything? Okay. So it does even less damage than the fly attack did. And then these things, practically useless as well. Okay. Alright, I have a feeling leaving these alive is just gonna be a problem later. Yeah, these things are certainly cute, but I've yet to kill even like, I think I got one commando with it once in the last playthrough, and those guys are not exactly easy to kill, and more often than not, they blow themselves up with grenades. I guess it's a good distraction tool. But besides that, not a whole lot else. Yeah, guess the game wants me to be using energy weapons. Haven't had a good rope jump here in a while. Ladders, huh? Go all the way up here. All right. Yep. Half-Life 1 ladders. Always a thrill. Yeah. Surely this is not. Okay. So this is probably under the dam, maybe? Huh. This is all Zen habitat. This seems safe. Also, what are those? Okay. Sure. Alright. Oh. Alright. Elevator got me again. Okay. I'm surprised it just doesn't kill you. I haven't had a reason to use comm equipment in a while. And I like that they notate now which windows are breakable. It didn't do that in the first game. So you can actually kind of just look at something and see if it's breakable in this game, which I appreciate. Okay, that looks like something. Let's try to get to it. Can I move this? It's making the move sound, but nothing doing there. I don't see any movable boxes around here. Is this movable? That one's movable. What? All right. Sure. Okay. Oh, for fuck's... Is there anything else up there besides those fucking things? Nope, just more of these things. Great. Cool. Well, okay, fine. Sure. Go, be free over there. Go get those Pokemon. Alright, they're doing something. I wish they'd attack the Pokemon and not just run in circles. Alright, go attack the Pokemon. Okay. They finally did something. Alright, there we go. There's the one occasion I'm gonna use those things. Okay, so we got a healing pool, we have a big jump. Okay. We have those things that'll attack. And there's these things. Huh. Okay. Let's, 36 bullets, huh? Are these just salamanders? This is... Alright. What? That's a gun? And you pet it? What? Okay. Alright, what does left click do? Okay. Right click? So it's a grenade launcher. Okay, I'm gonna reload my save. That was just for experimentation. Okay, it's a weird alien grenade launcher. Sure. I would not have guessed. Nice. Yeah. Oh, alright, we got another movable chair. We'll come back to this part. Oh, it's not gonna... What does Sherix want? A new version of Sherix is available. I already... No. No, Sherix. First Windows wants to update, now Sherix wants an update. Wait, have I already been here? I have already been here. What? Huh, okay. Yep. I really gotta disable updates on my new tablet. That's the one that wants to do the Windows update. And it's got 10 Pro on it, so I can easily do it. I just haven't... I keep forgetting to do it. Eh? I remember this room from the first game. Those can hit you through walls? I guess it was... I remember these kennels, but the... Is this... Okay. There's a dog corpse stuck in it.
Ah, yes, Walter. We were finally able to successfully detach one of the barnacle creatures from its point of gestation. As before, we were still only able to coerce the creature into latching onto organic materials. Unfortunately, the administrator has called me down to the anomalous materials lab this morning for an important experiment, so I don't have any time to further my analysis. Take specimen number 1176 and log anything else you can find.
But Half-Life 2, they can latch onto non-organic things. So this is not canon. Hell. Oh, is this our own barnacle? Is this... Oh, man! This is great. Okay. So this is like a long-range melee weapon? Is this, can we swing on it like a grappling hook? Huh. Oh, okay, so it is technically a melee weapon. Alright. Gonna give us something easy to try it out with. Okay, so it's only usable on head crabs, I guess? Or you can... Man, it doesn't even work on corpses. Well, okay. Neat, I guess, but not practical. And yeah, that sure seems like the kind of thing that they would put in an expansion pack. Like, yep, this idea wasn't good enough for the main games, but here it is in the X pack. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Those are grenades. Oh geez. Yeah. Is it really a grappling hook? Can I, like... Oh, that's what those are for! Oh. I see. Okay, so this does... Interesting. Okay, let's not get blown up here. Fascinating. Okay. I guess we can trap this thing. Yeah, that seems pretty good. It's also interesting that these enemies have like an extra thing that attacks you once you take out their main body. Okay, more energy weapon ammo for my one energy weapon. Seems like a great place for a head crab. I guess I'm following that thing? Okay. Sure. I probably have to grapple up there with the grapple thing. Some ammo would be nice. And a bunch of stuff is gonna teleport in once I get all that stuff. Okay. All right. So stupid. I love it. Well, that's... Yep. Great. Perfect. So... How am I gonna get up there? Probably grappling the one on the left, and then... Alright, well, clearly I gotta... Okay. This seems safe. The fourth ball. Oh man. Gotta get hype for when we do NES, Metroid, and spend 20 hours making maps and dying repeatedly.
X-ray Zulu, are you there? We need backup in the waste sector. It's some sort of worm creature. Tower and Eddie are down, and I've lost contact with the rest of the squad. We need backup now! Now, damn it, now!
Okay. Sure. Whole Metroid series? Yeah, probably. At the very least, Super Metroid and the Metroid Prime games, and probably 3DS Samus Returns. The only one I'm not sure about is the very first one, because I know what a pain in the ass that one is. Hey, Highwind. Is this breakable? This, Okay, good. Because I thought I would be able to break this and then this would be just floating in air, but good. I'm glad they thought of that. 1 and 2 are both annoying? Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that the 3DS 2 at least partially alleviated some of the early Metroid-ishness of it. But then again, I'm still gonna play through like NES Zelda 1 and 2, so it's not like I'm gonna intentionally be avoiding the real ball breakers. Pitworm's Nest. Okay. Oh, there's our boy G-Man. And this is the didgeridoo stage. Sounds like. I probably have to bring a box over there. And Wade one might still be fuzzy. Yeah, was it AM2R? That Nintendo sick the lawyers on, but I think it can still be found on the internet. Okay. Does AM2R make any gameplay changes, or is it just like here's the game, just it looks better? imagining the pressing F on those guys. Okay. So fusion and zero mission then? Oh, okay, so there's a big boy. Okay. Steam vent, pressure valve. Okay, this looks like something I have to grapple over to. Eh. I got him. Yeah. Plays differently. Some mechanics from Sar don't show up. Gameplay based, just redesigns the game. Huh, okay. So it might as well be a different game then? Like a 2.5 kinda? And from the sounds of it, they did it better than Nintendo did, which is why Nintendo took it down. Okay, Gearbox. Nice. So, Gearbox is a developer of this game, and Valve is obviously developer of original Half-Life. Nice. Okay. Okay. I just gotta run like hell, I guess. There's a 3DS emulator that works quite well from what I've heard. So if you did want to play the 3DS one, it is totally emulatable. Like it's called Citra, I want to say, is the 3DS emulator. Never used it, but apparently it's pretty good. Yep, 69 health. Nice. Ideal. Peak performance. Yeah. Perfect. No longer peak performance. Okay. I don't want to break any boxes in here because I have a feeling this is a box puzzle. That better not be one of those fish things. Out of order. Okay, so I probably have to run along this pipe to get in there, maybe? Hmm. Well, at some point I'll have to decide which Metroids I end up doing. I am very much definitely doing Super Metroid, Prime games, probably the Game Boy Advance ones. I haven't heard anything about if Federation Force is worth playing. I seem to recall seeing something on Twitter maybe from Metroid superfans that I follow that, oh, it's the greatest game ever made. They made a new Metroid, so it's the best thing they've ever released. But that's the last I heard of it. So I don't know if that's actually accurate or not. This seems like a bad idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. Huh? Yeah, the Star Wars Guard Factor. Yep. Oh yeah, there's also the regular DS Metroid game, the first-person shooter, that you have to hold the DS awkwardly to... Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay. Yep, good old gearbox. And also, I should not be using this while underwater, because that's asking for trouble. It was like, the DS one was Metroid Hunters, I want to say? What is... Okay. So that did something, I guess. Maybe now, I think there's a button over here. Maybe that button will do something. Yeah, I think Metroid Hunters on the DS was some sort of... It had a multiplayer component to it. I remember that. Yeah, as far as my experience with the Metroid games, I played through like 75% maybe of Metroid Prime 1, and then that's it. I haven't played any of the other ones. Okay, so that's a gearbox, and now we have to get to the valve. I like how the textures change there. Skipped over GameCube. GameCube had some good stuff on it. It's a quality system. I think what made me get a GameCube when it came out was the Star Wars game. Was Rogue Squadron. Because, man, what a great looking game. Like, it even holds up today still. What Factor 5 was able to do with that one. Like, I played the demo for the N64/PC Rogue Squad. That's a great sound. Okay, maybe I can engage the valve from here. Can I save? Oh, I just realized I haven't been clicked into my library thing for a long time, so I don't know how many deaths I missed there. Oh. Apparently that Not doing anything. Okay. Yeah, Rogue Leader is great. The one after that, not so much. Okay, so we opened up that thing. Okay. Now what? There must be another... that right there. Like this. And... steam vent, pressure valve. Okay. So is there... what can I even do here? Like, shoot it until it rears up, maybe? I'm out of rocket launcher ammo. Oh shit. Okay. That, okay. All went to plan. This clearly isn't how you're supposed to do this. Okay, what am I missing? Like, I needed to get burned by that. How I do that? I am... steam vent, pressure valve. What the fuck? What am I missing here? Oh, this? Ah, haha, okay, that raises it up. Ooh. Uh-oh. Okay, 7 whole health. We're fine. This is fine. So actually, let's just say I died there, because I used up all of my health on that. Wait, did I turn on that? I did. Okay, so I need to drop down. Not die. Okay. In there, and here. Okay. All right. Okay. Figured it out. That was a neat puzzle. Okay. That was right up there with the, I guess launching the rocket in the first game. similar complexity, I suppose. Foxtrot uniform. Oh, rip. Those things. Something weird with those. Huh. Well, they don't damage me. Alright, there's another Pokemon over here. We got So far we've only had teammates for one brief portion. And I'm wondering if you only have a squad or just that. But I guess I'm okay with this because the squad mechanics are so bad that I guess I'm okay with not babysitting up to 3 different morons at once. Of course. Okay, great. Grenade? No. Okay. Alright. Back to action, I guess. Sure. Alright, yeah, pull out that grenade. No. Okay. Alright, they're giving me missiles, and that's probably a sign that there's going to be something worth using missiles on coming up. Yeah.
Hey, man, good to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe you made it past those masked freaks. Those snipers have pinned us down here pretty good. We tried making a break for it, but they know we're here. They're just waiting for their shots, and those bastards are patient.
Great. My muscle memory from Half-Life 1, by the way, almost made me shoot. But I'm probably going to shoot anyways, because these guys don't appear to be engineers or medics, so they're probably just going to get in my way. Alright. Stay put, soldiers. I'll handle things. Snipers, you say?
Covering fire!
Okay. Oh. Okay, okay, yeah. Go over there.
Let's go!
Oh, God, they do the thing. Okay.
Take this!
I think I got him. Okay. Oh, actual snipers. Okay. This changes everything. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I see. So there's a reason why... Okay. The munitions depot all over again, huh?
I need some...
Okay, good. They shot him enough until they took out the grenade and daintily sent it down.
Let's go!
Okay, sniper down.
Sniper school sure paid off today.
Okay. Alright. Oh boy. How am I gonna deal with this, I guess? Hmm. I'm supposed to push these? Okay. This doesn't seem right. That's where we came from. So the only path forward is through here, and this is... That's not looking good. This is just more mines. Okay. Oh. Who's throwing grenades? Stop it. Morons. No grenades. Except that one. Only one allowed. Eh. Great, more sewers. Is this... What? Okay. Wouldn't have guessed that. Alright. Okay. Okay. What the hell? Alright, we'll let them sort that out over there. That scared the fuck out of me. Okay. If I could get up to that health. I want that health. Dang it. This is not ideal. Okay, this is more ideal. Okay. Then here... Oh. Okay. We're back in the fight. Okay. I'm assuming this is locked. Okay. Back to the sewers. Oh, that's the big boy. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Oh, I could just... Alright, turns out that gun is pretty good for some things. Alright, let me get my night vision back here. Okay, now I know that that is right around the corner. Yeah, when I used this machine gun before, the spread was just crazy on it. So I figured that this would not be useful unless there is a dire heavy weapons need. It appears I've found that need. Yeah. It also has so much kickback that it pushes you back. Kind of like the single fire energy weapon in the first game. Yeah. Got ourselves a Pokemon over there. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Ammo check here. What we got? Okay. There's probably like a mounted gun right behind me. What is the purpose of this? That it? That's it? Oh. Gonna keep spawning? They just... What is the point of this? Okay. I just used up a bunch of ammo for pretty much nothing. Okay! There goes a lot of ammo for, not much benefit. Well, whatever. Mistakes were made. Surely I won't regret this. Alright. Hit that F1 button. Mistakes are made. Oh. Hello. Great. This part is a bit much. All right. Okay, we got some of those things. Nice if there were ammo down here.
Check your zone. It's Shepard. Hey, stand back and I'll cut it.
Oh, great.
Your help.
Oh, good. My squad is here.
Sir, it's good to see
It's
another
good to
man
see
in
you, sir.
uniform.
It's a real mess out there.
Keeping you in
I mean,
one
these
piece is proving to be
things
quite
are
a
coming
challenge.
out of the damn walls. Ain't no way around them either. They just keep coming. Heard about some kind of big standoff at the dam up ahead. I say we make our break for it now. It ain't gonna get any better, that's for sure.
All right, you
I bet
scout
they could
ahead.
use our help.
Okay.
Sir, hello, sir.
Hello.
Area
All right.
secure, sir.
At ease, boys.
Mission is way beyond Fubar.
I got this.
Government cover-ups were not in my job description. Roger that. Okay, check in.
Oh, shit. All right. Go get him, boys.
Let's go. Go recon. Keeping you in one piece is proving to be quite a challenge.
Current situation is... Let's get the hell out of here!
You got it, Corporal. I'll be right behind you.
Okay, I'll secure this area.
Keeping you in one piece is proving to be quite a challenge. At your command, sir.
Roger that.
Nailed it. Okay. Clearly, I want to keep using this.
I got a bad feeling about this mission. Squad!
Yeah.
I'll stay here and await further orders.
Oh. Who's shooting? What?
Let's go!
killed by the fucking gun. Well, we're down one already.
Sure, we can do more damage that way.
Yep. Okay, this is... Alright. Back up, medic.
Boy, this is
Eh?
I bet you could get lost in this place really.
Yep.
I was told this is gonna be a babysitting job.
It is a babysitting job for you two morons. Yeah, but at least we got some ammo out of it. Death wasn't in vain. That is...
Roger that. The current situation is looking pretty grim. You want some of me?
No, not the medic. Of course. Shit. All right. Guess this is... That's all I get. All right, later, Hidden. Have a good one.
Squad, quiet down. Sniper school sure paid. This might sting a bit. Keeping you in one piece is proving to be quite a challenge. Keeping you in one piece is proving to be quite a challenge. I'll stay here and await further orders. Sorry, sir. That's all I can do for you.
Hey. Oh, okay.
I will not fail you, sir.
Whoa. All right, go get a medic.
Government, cover us.
Keep forgetting at those things.
I
Go
got
after you.
a bad feeling
All right,
about
I better...
this mission.
I gotta save this gun for
Have you seen any other soldiers?
the big boys.
Squad, quiet down. Sorry, sir. That's all I can do
Okay,
for you.
so it doesn't regenerate, it looks like.
Get some!
God damn it, every time. Keep forgetting that those things... Alright, 5 HP. This is getting way more difficult. Health would be great. Okay. Okay, where are we? Alright, we'll have you...
All right,
Oh.
you Scott. Watch it, Corporal. Watch your fire, sir.
Alright, I'll take your ammo. Okay, much better this time. Okay. Alright, there's a big boy over there. I'm gonna get him with this. Ooh, man, this part is stressful. Alright. 15 shots. Okay. Alright. No rifle grenades. We got 2 rockets, it looks like. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so this is the dam. It looks like. Yep. Oh, there's a big boy over there. Here's G-Man. It looks like I just need to just do this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Luckily, I noticed those grapple points in an okay amount of time. Okay. Probably have to go in there. Never gonna get those rockets back, though. The damn dam. Oh, sick. There's one of those here, too. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we're going in that pipe. Okay. I will say the grapple mechanic in this is really neat, especially considering like the limited. Oh, I
don't know what those black ops are up to, but it doesn't involve getting us out of here alive. We've got no choice but to fight our way out. Let's go!
Yeah, there was a mod. Was it Jailbreak? Jailbreak was the mod, I want to say.
Natural born alien killer.
Nice. Put these explosive barrels right behind the machine gun. Okay. Alright, boys, let's do that. Apparently, Blue Shift is like 2 hours long. And not good. Is from what I have heard about Blue Shift. Like the big feature of Blue Shift is was the HD models, I guess. And it also came with the single player campaign thing. Yeah, I guess they're not coming with me. But my knowledge of Blue Shift is practically zero. Besides that, along with this one, this is my first time ever even seeing this game. I'd never even seen this game before I played this. Okay, well that section was sure hyped up for a portion that only had 3 enemies in it. 5 enemies, I guess. That's a gun, isn't it? There's a guy, there's somebody behind it. Oh, still there. Okay. Let's go. Do that. Oh, sick. Okay, alright, hold up. Is this strats? If I quick load with that up. Alright. We can no scope. Alright. Okay, I'm assuming this is just run like hell, because the artillery, yep. So just start running and don't stop. Okay. Yeah, I probably have to get up there and take that from him. This is fantastic. Jesus Christ. Hey, here's a bunch of free supplies and also an ambush. Have fun. Yeah.
Adrian,
Okay. What bunker door? This one? Welcome back, Anime Steven Seagal. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So what now? Jump on top of this thing. Okay, I guess I follow that. Okay. Alright. Take a moment to reload everything again. Man, this is getting much rougher towards the further in we get here. I have a feeling we're probably getting close to the end, maybe? Just knowing what I know about potentially how long this game is. That maybe I'm getting towards the end. And just how difficult the combat's getting, I guess, too, is probably another indicator. So in Half-Life 1, the indicator was, hey, you're in Zen. And that's the end of the game. Yep, throw that grenade right there. I recognize that. That's, that was something I was marked on the side of, one of the silos. Okay. Good. Look at all this ammo they're giving me. Still no rifle grenades. Haven't had one of those in a while. Okay. Not much ammo for that thing either. Though I probably could have been picking that up from the dead gray soldier things. Don't need to use my sniper rifle for these. Oh, other way. Okay. I want to hit that water tower there if I can. Not quite. Okay. I don't know what that achieved, but I sure hit it. Oh. Is this not what you're supposed to? What am I? That? Maybe? Well, this isn't tedious. Yeah, you'd think the tower would fall over or something. Well, we got that thing. Guess I should hit the tower again. Yeah, like as a way to get into there, maybe. Like, though I don't know where the hell I'm going at this point. I'm just trying to make forward progress and hoping for the best. Alright, what if we hit it one more time? No? No? It's also really hard to get it to hit the buttons that I want it to. I came from there. Maybe I was supposed to use the radio again when I was in there? Alright, I'm gonna save the game up here, and then go back down here and explore, and... Nice. I'll just load my save if I need to. Alright, so that's clearly not usable. So that, blowing up that didn't do anything. This gate is still closed. Like, can you just... Like, there's a door in there. So I have a feeling you're supposed to blow up this and then just go in that door there. Yeah. Guess I'll keep trying to... Oh, or it's that. Or it's that. Okay. Like, there's all this destructible stuff there, but... Sure. Sure. Yeah. Oh, great. Alright, this might be a prime opportunity to use these things. Alright, go forth, go get them, buddies. Don't you fucking... Alright, well we can... Of course. Where's this gun thing? Corpse doesn't just disappear till the gun thing's dead. Alright. Helicopter buddy's got this. What? Are you shitting me? Dude. Nice. They're just... I have to build this fucking helicopter too. I have a feeling I gotta take care of the helicopter problem. Most of this level's gonna be even more horrible. Okay. No, don't you fucking dare! Okay, well, we'll use the BFG for once. Okay. Eh. Yep, those fucking things are just... Eh. This looks like a fantastic spot for being ambushed. Okay, so reloaded on that. That's good. That's good. 8 shots. Alright. Got some armor there. I don't see any grapple points here. I probably have to get up on the rooftop over there. Okay. Alright, that is likely where I need to get going to. Yeah. Yeah, luckily I took out that helicopter earlier, or else that would have made this real horrible. Get the Half-Life ice skates on here. Alright, we got health over there. Oh, you can probably... Probably not. Never mind. I was thinking that you could turn that into a climbable rope and get up there. Okay. Come across another of the hardest bosses in Half-Life. Ladders. Yeah. Surely, there's a reason why they give you 2 rockets here, besides the potential of helicopter. Okay, we'll just keep that on the quick equip here. So now what? Are you supposed to walk across this? Surely not. You are. Oh my god. This is... That's clearly a cable. Come on. Alright, anything up here? Nope. Yeah. Alright, we got some health in there. We got... I see you down there. Okay, we got Vortigaunts. We got some machine gun ammo. So we'll... Hey. I almost forgot that I had this gun. Okay. Nice car. Somebody's shooting somebody over there. Oh, that's an awful place to quick save. I just... Okay. Hey, they actually threw a grenade for once. Miracles do happen. Yeah. This certainly doesn't look like the site of a climactic final battle. But you never know with 90s video games. Okay. Kind of annoying that it doesn't reload itself in your inventory. There's what's its face up there. Okay. Okay.
Now, don't hurt me, and I'll tell you a secret. I've been hiding up here listening. These black ops have some sort of bomb. I think they're planning on blowing up the base. Now, why do you think they would do such a... I'll just wait here.
Okay. Sure. They're setting us up the bomb. I guess that's, that explains the package. They're talking about that kind of package, not the other kind of package. Hello, Janisteri. Welcome. Oh, God. This reload time is killing me. They have to go through there.
Are you crazy? I'm not opening this door until someone turns that bomb off.
Great. Thanks, Barney. Okay.
Be careful with that thing.
The only good expansion of Half-Life 1? I haven't played, I'm planning on playing Blue Shift next. Or soonish. Sure, that's how you... Yep, we're an expert at bomb defusal. Okay. And yeah, I've never played this one before. This is completely blind to me. And same for Blue Shift. All I really know about Blue Shift is that it's super short and not great.
That was a close one. We better get in here.
It's not going to be easy from here on out. The only way out is through the level 4 storage unit, but it's a mess down there. The Black Ops were using it as a staging point until the aliens came in. If you do make it through, make sure you have them come back for us.
Sure. Okay. Man, I should probably be using that energy weapon. They're giving me all this ammo for it. Okay. Yeah. I've really found a great use for trip mines in this game. Like, it seems you're on the move so much that taking the time to set up an ambush with those mines just doesn't seem super worth it. Okay. Worlds collide. You know what's also colliding right now? Me inside this elevator. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, this seems like a great place for the invisible... Hold it. Yep, I knew it. Those... Them again. Okay, so perhaps this is an okay place for the trip mines. Oh, oh. This is a pleasant sound. There. Oh. Hello. Okay, so there's some sort of heavy gun right there. Let's just sure. Let's scum this. Okay. All right, fine. Let's call that a death. Sure. Windows, I don't want to restart. Okay, got our good pistol ammo. Okay. Holy shit. And there's ammo in there, nice. Or health. Okay. I just heard something warp in. Man, this is as pleasant to listen to for you as it is for me? Meaning not at all. place down that. Okay, I need a rest from that sound. This is, oh my god, this is high quality sound. Nice. Spilled water all over my crotch. Great. Fantastic. What a way to get myself mentally ready for this. I've got grenades too. Okay. Yeah, put this in your white noise machine when you're having trouble getting to sleep. Some nice opposing force ASMR. It's gonna be snipers above me, probably. Blessed silence. All right. Nonsense. Probably want to go this way. This seems like a fantastic spot to get no scoped. Somebody's shooting. Okay. They can go take each other out. Okay. Of course. Okay. Alright, there's been precedent in this game already with infinite spawns. So I'm mentally preparing myself for more things to spawn in, and also for these to drop down once I jump on them. Or just fall. Okay, probably wasn't supposed to happen like that, but luckily they do the player solid. I'm not sure if I want a quick save here, though. Until I'm sure that,
I guess you're a good guy, Corporal. Listen, you've got to get down below. There's one thing to do, and it's the nastiest looking thing yet. Some of your buddies went down there a while ago, and I haven't seen them since. I've got some weapons I've piled up in here. You better take as much as you can carry, 'cause I think this is it. Good luck, Corporal.
well, this sure sounds like endgame. Pretty much what they did right before Zen. Hey. Alright. Let's reload and hope for the best. Okay. Alright, full up on grenades. Whew. Okay. Let's make a hard save here, too. Just in case. Okay. How bad could it be? What the hell's going on? What? I'm being knocked back? What? I'm being pulled backwards. What the hell? I'm supposed to use this as, Alright. I use that to pull myself along. And now it's... Okay. Alright. Okay. That's either a rope or it's a barnacle. It's a rope. Okay. Oh. We got a mounted gun up there. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, more rope climbing. One of this game's incredible features. So I think I just wasted a whole bunch of other ammo. Of rocket ammo. Yeah, this is... This is very 90s video game boss. Oh, there's another one here. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, well, that's fine because I could get all my rockets back. Alright, that sure looks like a final boss, though. Okay, so now I understand the mechanics of this. Shoot both eyes using these things. And then it looks like I gotta take out any ads that spawn down there. Save here, so we don't have to go through that every single time. Some like music during this would have been, I don't know, appropriate. What's with the jello? That's a portal, I guess? That doesn't seem like it's even doing anything. Okay. Oh, and then that does that. Okay. So then you have to do this to get up to the other side. Okay. Nice. Okay. Alright, quick save there. Alright, Drought's fire. Okay. Go down here. Here. Alright, so it looks like you gotta be really, 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 really precise with the rocket shot. Of course. Oh, man. Great. So what even do I, like, I can do with the sniper shot, I guess? Oh boy. Okay. So I have two grenades left with this thing. Might as well get this out. Yeah, this is a fantastic boss fight. Okay. It looks like this might be the final phase of it, though, judging from how everything else is going. So that's as close as you can get to the boss without dying, it looks like. Okay, so I'm gonna try waiting a little bit longer. Before shooting off the rifle grenade. Do that, or I can get it from here, maybe? Okay. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Okay.
So, Corporal Shepard, we meet at last. Please don't think that I've been avoiding you. A great many matters require my attention in these troubled times. I do hope you understand. And now I require a further indulgence on your part. I cannot close my report until every loose end has been tied up. The biggest embarrassment has been Black Mesa facility, but I think that's finally taken care of itself. Quite so. But there is still the lingering matter of witnesses. I admit I have a fascination with those who adapt and survive against all odds. They rather remind me of myself. If for no other reason, I have argued to preserve you for a time. While I believe a civil servant like yourself understands the importance of discretion. My employers are not quite so trusting, and rather than continually subject you to the irresistible human temptation of telling all, we have decided to convey you somewhere you can do no possible harm, and where no harm can come to you. I'm sure you can imagine there are worse alternatives.
Huh. You thought the game was terrible? Interesting. No shoutouts to Ken Williams. Like, obviously it's no Half-Life, but... And... Alright, I'm gonna left click here. Oh, I can jump. Can we? Oh, we're in the water. Okay. All right. Clearly that's over, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Fascinating game. Let me stop the timer on it here, and I'll share my thoughts on this one here. Okay. Half-Life Opposing Force, huh? Alright, so we did this in one sitting. Just under 5 hours. I believe the how long to beat for this game was 6, I want to say, was the average. So this is a bit quicker than average. Like, I think, 20% faster for my Half-Life 1 playthrough than what the how long to beat was. So, sure. Same thing applies here. Alright, completed? Absolutely. Did this on the medium difficulty, which I consider what normal would be. Did not cheat. Went through this legit. 28 deaths, which, that seems a little low, but some of those deaths didn't get reported here because I didn't notice that I was clicked out of my library program. So I think we missed like maybe 4 or 5 deaths, but even still, that ain't bad. And I believe that was a similar deaths per hour to the Half-Life 1 playthrough. And then plenty of save scumming. I'm a dirty save scummer. Okay. Alright, Half-Life Opposing Force. Things I liked. Let's see. It was still Half-Life for the most part. Combat was more satisfying. Some neat new weapons. Some neat. Weapons. Grappling hook was satisfying. Let's see. Decent length for an expansion pack. That's most of the things that I can think of off the top of my head here. Alright, things I did not like. Squad mates were completely useless. Let's see. Some of the new weapons felt pretty low rent. As cool as the grappling hook was, it was very janky. Final boss was really lame. Some parts of the game had unnecessarily loud sound effects throughout the whole thing. Like that, the one that comes to mind is that warehouse towards the end. Like, I'm sure it was like that for a reason, because they wanted you to not be able to hear the footsteps of the commandos there around you, which, sure, fine, but they didn't have to make it that loud. Like, I didn't even have the volume cranked up, and it was still just... my ears were not having a good time. Let's see. Oh, also, to append on here, I like that they revisited a lot of locations from the first game. That was something neat. I appreciated that they did that. What else can I really think of here? The single player campaign. That was probably it. Alright, dang memes. Getting stuck in floors. That box warehouse. Barnacle grappling hook. G-Man is still an asshole. Nice. Perfect. We're leaving that one in there. Yeah, all the one-liners. One-liners. Yeah, fuck G-Man. Okay, drum bass. Oh, I think it did. Oh, Windows, do not restart, please. I think I heard some. So yes, Ayla Mouse, absolutely. This game, half of this game is Ayla Mouse. Alright, difficult, easy to hard. So towards the end, things got certainly more challenging than Half-Life 1. The first half of the game was roughly equal to Half-Life 1, and then the back half was a fair bit more difficult. I never really got into a part where I thought anything was unfair, though. Kind of like there's some parts in Half-Life 1 with like the snipers in the broken buildings behind the camo netting that you just had to keep shooting them until they exploded. Like that was pretty bullshit. And then there was like tanks that would one-shot you in regular Half-Life. That was bullshit. There wasn't much of that in this. Like it seems most of the powerful enemies telegraph their attacks. And I guess for some parts you had backup, though, as the backup was just there to catch a few bullets and then drop you some ammo when they eventually died. Let's see. The platforming was certainly more difficult in this, and it, like, sure, it's cool that they came up with this rope climbing thing, but it really didn't work very well. And that added unnecessary difficulty to some of the platforming. It is neat that they did do some puzzles around that with like, hey, there's this dangling live wire that if you try and grab onto it while it's still live, you'll blow up, but you have to shut it off and then climb up the wire and then swing on it. That was neat. I did like that. But that did make things a little harder than it needed to be. Let's see. And yeah, they certainly put you in more situations that required more combat IQ, I guess, than you probably needed in 1. Like the situations in the underwater parts where they put multiple of the big fishy things down there, and you don't have access to... I'm trying to think if there's any underwater weapons that you could actually use besides like the knife. Like explosives, you could use that, and that's how I solved that particular combat puzzle. But there are certainly more unique situations in this one on top of what Half-Life had, and that required some thinking to do those. So yeah, I would say that this was more difficult than Half-Life 1, but not by a huge margin. And the death count and the death graph here certainly reflects that. Like, there wasn't significantly more deaths per hour, and the deaths that I did have seemed more fair than they did in the first game. So I'm gonna say this is probably middle of the road. Like this wasn't immensely challenging or anything, and I didn't have to really watch my ammo. Health was pretty much a problem for a lot of the game, but as long as you were a little bit careful and had decent aim, like with the one-shot weapons, then you could still get by without a huge amount of difficulty. And then the final boss is like, okay, once you figure out the little mounted turret things, then that was pretty much a cakewalk. Like the final boss fight could have been made a lot more difficult if it spawned in the little foot soldier guys on the upper deck right there, rather than just have one spawn in down the middle. That certainly would have made that a much spicier fight than it already was. And if they kept spawning in during the fight, that probably would have also helped with that encounter a little bit to make it a little more memorable and a little more challenging. But yeah, that probably sums up the difficulty. And then rating 1 to 5. So I gave Half-Life 1 a 5 out of 5, a great. Half-Life 1 is timeless. There's just so much to love about it. Half-Life Opposing Force. It's certainly a step down from regular Half-Life, but you got to keep in mind that this is an expansion pack to Half-Life 1. This isn't expected to be this amazing improvement to it in every way. This is just supposed to be same game world, same assets, same engine. Here's just more of it. And I think they delivered a pretty good job on this. Like they talked up on the back of the box. I don't have access to it here, but they talked up like the squad mates and the new weapons and new enemies. And sure, they sure did that. Like I think they did a good job with the new enemies that they put in. Like they seem different enough from the standard stuff that you got in Half-Life 1 that it required different tactics than you'd employ in the first game. So that was neat. That was cool that they did that. As I mentioned before, the AI squad mates, cool that they're there, but they're just completely worthless and really kind of slowed the game experience up. Like towards the first section when you get the demo man and the medic at the beginning, and you tell them, hey, come follow me, and then they go and get stuck in a corner. Like, shit. I think at that point, they probably just should have had the AI just do their own thing rather than you take command over them and have them like run in front of you to get shot by you, or you get between them and the aliens and they shoot you. Like shit. At some point, it probably wasn't a great idea for them to be in there. Which is why I'm glad towards the second half of the game, they didn't bother giving you teammates at all, because they probably figured at least some point into the development that, hey, it's probably better if we didn't saddle the player with these horrible AI teammates. And let's see, the length of the game, 5-ish hours. That's perfectly fine for something like this, an expansion pack. I think it's great that for a lot of the game, they revisited some of the major spots in Half-Life 1. That was very neat to see. even though it is kind of reusing assets to help pad out the game. But hey, it's an intelligent use of stuff that's already been made, so that's fine. And I guess it boils down to, did I have fun playing this? I had fun playing a lot of this. I think the added challenge to the combat and the added depth with the new types of aliens. It is a little weird that a lot of the old Half-Life 1 enemies weren't in the game as much. Like, it seems like once you got past a certain point, it was like only the new enemies in the game. Like, you'd have a head crab here or there, you'd have the Vortigons here or there, and one of the yellow Pokemon things. But for the most part, it felt like the bulk of the enemies were the new ones, when probably a mix of the old and the new would probably be even better. But I don't know, maybe there's engine considerations for that. Maybe the AI and the scripting would have gotten too weird had there been something like that. So perhaps there's a reason for why they did that. But yeah, that was kind of a bummer. And again, the final boss was... If they had music in that final fight, then that probably would have been more epic, but good lord, that just felt like something that they tacked on. Like, hey, we made this cool giant boss model, and let's put a crappy boss fight tacked on with it. So that was kind of a disappointing ending. And the narrative stuff I think was cool. There was a lot of like background stuff that fills in a lot of the cool lore behind Half-Life 1. As far as the narrative of this game, though, it was like, hey, go from point A to point B and C and D, and then you're at the end. But that's to say, like, Half-Life 1 had a similar track to it anyways, of like, hey, go from here to escape and get to the surface, and then like that one had a few twists and turns, but it's not like that one was art either. So I guess I can't bop Half-Life Pulling Force for that too much. So in summary here, I wouldn't say that this is a great game like Half-Life 1 was, but I would say it's better than average. I think they did a pretty good job for what they had to work with here and what they achieved with it. I thought it was a lot of fun, and the issues with it didn't really weigh it down as much as it would have to bring it down to average or something. So there we go. That is how I feel about Half-Life Opposing Force, a 4 out of 5, beaten in one sitting, just under 5 hours with 28 deaths. Okay. Alright. What time is it? 3:40? I don't think I really want to do Hotel Dust tonight. I'm pretty beat from that from Half-Life. I thought Half-Life was only going to take about 3.5 to 4 hours. So I was planning on that being shorter, but since that took about 5 hours, this is... Plus my hands are killing me, holy crap. Playing these PC games is like right there. Hurts like hell. Should just drop the boss and made it say to destroy the portal while working enemies. Yeah, that probably would have been a better boss fight than what they did there, but you know, that's how it goes. Okay, so as far as Half-Life stuff that we have yet to do yet, so we've done Half-Life 1, we've done Opposing Force, and we've done Portal. So that leaves Half-Life Blue Shift, which is the other expansion pack. That one came out in 2001. That one is supposedly like 2 to 3 hours, so that one's definitely gonna be doable in an even shorter amount of time. And then after that, we still have Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, and Portal 2. So we've got 4 more left. Alex comes out on the 23rd, so that's in 12 days from now. And we got plenty of time to do those, but I still want to keep plugging away at them so that we can get done with those well in advance of Half-Life Alyx come out. And then on top of that, there's I still need to do a VR game before we do Alyx, just to make sure that my setup is working properly before we jump right into the big game. So that's essentially 5 games left before we'll be ready for Alyx. so let's see. So next time I stream, likely going to do Blue Shift at the start since I know it's so much shorter, and then we're gonna do Hotel Dusk after that. So that'll be when we do that, and then yeah, Blue Shift is 3 hours tops, so we'll have plenty of time to do Hotel Dusk and get that one going, and then probably the game after that. Can you vote on the VR game? I can show you what I have, I guess. Let's pull this up here. This work? Okay. So Matt, there's me. All right. So the games that I have that are VR games. So we got. So there's Super Hot. Super Hot VR is a thing. Space Pirate Trainer is a full game. Moss. So Moss is what I was planning on doing. Gorn is like this weird first-person arena combat game. I guess they're all first-person. Elite Dangerous, Desert Bus, Deadly Hunter VR. I don't know if this is well, they're all basically tech demos. Cosmic Trip, I don't know what this even is. Blue Shift, I think this is a music visualizer. Adrift, which is a like space exploration game. A lot of these are tech demos essentially, but of the things that I have that are proper games, we got Subnautica as well. So we got Super Hot, Subnautica, Space Pirate Trainer, Moss, Gorn, Elite Dangerous. Budget Cuts as well. And I believe that's it. Super Hot. So here's the thing. Moss is apparently not very long. So that's what I was thinking. We could go through Moss all the way, and then after we beat Moss, we could just do a nothing but VR stream and then just sample the rest of the other games. And maybe play the other ones at a different time. But the one I definitely wanted to go through start to finish is Moss. Because I need to get myself like VR ready, I guess. Get my inner ear ready for that. A YouTube VR stream of watching my own stream. Oh god. That'll probably break things if I do that. So yeah, we can do Moss and then mess around with other stuff like Super Hot. But here's the thing though. I know for a fact I will not be able to do super long sessions with VR because like I'm gonna have a heart attack or a stroke or something if I play more than 2 or 3 hours at a time with them. So yeah, don't puke, exactly. I know. Which is why I need to ease myself into it and not overdo things. So that'll be the plan for that. So we'll figure out how that'll go later at some point. And yeah, that'll probably be 2 streams from now is when we do Moss. Because we'll probably do that before starting the Half-Life 2 stuff. And yeah, I think that'll probably cover just about everything. Okay, so that'll do it for tonight, though. We beat one game at least. All right. Budget Cuts is meant to be a first-time thing. Like I played Valve's The Lab quite a bit, so I'm not a complete rookie to VR. Let's put it that way. All right. So, anyways, thank you for watching, guys. Hope you have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. Take care. Have a good one. Thank you for watching. See you next time.